In the cloud, baby.
There you
Thank you.
go.
You're the best. I know it's not a part of your job. I'm ready. You ready? Did you guys pick up a contract already? You did, didn't you?
I did not.
There's one over here. Did you get one? I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm all
I thought you had
good.
one. You had all that other stuff.
Thank you.
So I don't know what Don tells you, it's probably wrong, so I'll fix it all. The first time we always talk about, or I try to talk about with newer agents or agents new to us anyway, is that, you have one primary job. They're pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and that's to generate leads. That's what you've got to do, whether it's buyers or sellers, doesn't matter, but you've got to generate leads. No need for the contract, no need for the agency, anything like that. And one of the questions that gets, people get in their head, they've got to have all these leads, I've got to have 1,000 people in my pipeline, blah, 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 blah. In reality, how many leads do you think you need a week, maybe to be successful? You can say anything, I don't care.
I'm a lender, but still same thing. I don't know,
Yeah, for
probably
you.
15.
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually one. If you had one good listing lead or home loan lead, but, or one good buyer lead, if they were good, I'm talking about people that are pre-qualified, if they're buyers, or at least have a sense of being qualified, or somebody wants to sell. If you got one a week of each, you'd have 104 a year, and you couldn't handle it anyway. That's the truth, and people don't think that way. They think, oh, I've got to have all of this and all of this. Yeah, you build up the inventory to some degree, but at the same time, you're really looking for that one individual group, family, whatever it might be, that either wants to buy or sell. And if you could generate one of those a week, it's more than you can handle most of the time. So don't think that you've got to go out there and generate 1,000 leads a week, or I've got to have all these websites and blah, 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 blah. You've really got to find one person. Most of the time it's in your sphere of influence. And then the longer you're in the business, it's definitely in your sphere of influence. And we still do 40 to 60 transactions a year, my partner and I, and 99%, maybe 98 is all sphere of influence. And it's somebody says, like a guy called me last night on the way home. Hey, I'm buying this house, I'm gonna rehab it, I'm gonna sell it, I want you to meet me there at 4:45 on Thursday, Okay, and he said, I'm definitely gonna list it. That's good, it's a good sign. So, that's really where it comes from. And but I want you to understand that's the biggest job. The nice thing about Keller Williams, in my opinion, is there's constant training for that, how to generate leads. You still train on command and you train on the other things, but the key thing is, okay, how do I generate that next lead? If you're new, open houses are great. Open houses are great for lenders, I think. Hell, if I was a lender, I think I'd be in an open house every Sunday.
Right.
In a decent house or a decent neighborhood, because, if they walk in, people always say they're looky-loos. Look, they walk into real estate, they're looking at real estate. There's a chance they're either going to buy or sell. There's a bigger chance that they know somebody is going to buy or sell. And that's where you have to, try to attract them. But for sell by owners, they're still good. They don't think they need you, but they do. It's like 93% of all transactions are done by real estate.
8% by owners, because we
Yeah.
end up having to do your job.
Yeah,
And not getting
exactly.
paid for it, yeah.
And expireds, which are coming back. And then I would suggest to you at some point, as an agent, try to find one rehabber guy or girl or team to work with, and then try to find somewhere down the road a builder. You don't have to build 200 homes. Those guys are a pain in the, but if they build 1 or 2 or 3 homes a year, that'd be perfect, because there's typically another transaction tied to that purchase. A lot of times, somebody's got to sell to buy. And then your sphere of influence, of course, and then whatever else you do to generate leads. You got to look at it like a stool. And if you've got a 1-legged stool, you're going to fall over. If you got a 2-legged stool, you got a chance maybe, but 3-legged stool, you're in good shape. And if you got 4, you're solid. You can stand on it and change light bulbs. So, try to think of it that way. And That's not gonna happen tomorrow. You're not gonna find a builder. But if you do at some point see a house that's unrepresented, don't be afraid to stop and talk to the builder. Or I always talk to the framers who's building this house. I mean, they know everything because they're getting paid by the guy. So, I talk to them and then I'd leave a card, nail it to one of the studs, and then I try to make contact with the guy. And on rehabbers, remodelers, those are, you kind of have to dig around to find those, but you see a house being remodeled, same thing, stop and ask, if they're not represented by an agent, they do need an agent. It'll make them more money. It does all the time. So that's part of my speech. It could be longer if we had 15 people in there. But just remember that job number one, lead generation. You're not looking for thousands of leads. You're looking for one. If you have that one good lead, and then you turn that into a contract, a transaction, and you work it, but at the same time, you're looking for your next good lead. And think about it. I always said you could go stand in the corner of National and Primrose at the four-way there by Cox. And every car that stops, rather than have a sign, just knock on the window and hand them your business card. I bet you generate a lead in a week. Just doing that, and you say, what, this is what I do. Be better than a bench. Because the only people who sit on those are guys on the bus, don't have a car or anything like that. All right, we're gonna look at the contract and look at it. I've been in it so long that it still shocks me that we don't have the seller anywhere. And the attorneys removed the seller line, which used to be under the buyer line, a few years back and said, well, you're just selling property. So it's not the seller name doesn't have to be there, which I always thought was strange, but I'm not an attorney, so it doesn't matter. You'll notice here that the agent did a good job on this, and this is a real life contract that's in process, and put Carl R. Starmer and Gwen E. Starmer. We can assume they're husband and wife. If you wanted to make sure that the title company knew they were husband and wife, you put H and W right back there beside it, maybe in parentheses. But the key is to make sure it's clear. So if you've got Robert Smith buying a house, title company's going to call you and say, hey, can you get him to call us, or can you give him his contact information, because we need to do some deeper research and get his social security number and things like that, because there's a lot of Robert Smiths in the world. The buyer can also be an entity. So it could be a trust. It could be a LLC. It could be a corporation. It could be a nonprofit. And all that would go here. So I'm writing a contract today for Dina Mae Nanneman Revocable Trust. So at the end of that, when we get to the signatures, it'll say that underneath her signature, but she'll have to physically sign it or sign it electronically. So it'll have to be the real person with blood that's signing the document. It can't be Dina Mae Nanneman Trust. Okay? I mean, it's important to know, because I get the question all the time about that. Who signs this? Well, if it's a trust, typically what you have then is somebody is named as the trustee or the signatory, because you could have a trust that's named to the James L. Boland Trust, but the signatory might be Abby Stufflebaum or something like that. So you have to find that out. So as soon as you find out you're selling for a trust, you're working for a buyer with a trust, what you want to do is say, look, we're going to need a copy of your trust documents for the title company. And then you leave it to the title company to read it. You don't read it. And then the title company will say, well, we need this person to sign it, or we've got to have these two people to sign it. Just don't get caught in the deal like We Sell Houses LLC, and then they sign it. We Sell Houses LLC. That's the thing to avoid. All right, on the property, we used to get in much more detail here too, but now we've just gone to the common address. And the title companies are so much better than they used to be, lenders too, with all their data and information, that if you've got the common address, they typically can find out where it's at. Notice here it says seller agrees to sell and buyer agrees to buy, located in the municipality. We don't have municipalities around here. We actually have cities. But some of the companies, the blue one over here and Remax too, sometimes they want the name of the city there. So hell, I just put it in there. I mean, it's rather than argue with them and say it's not really a municipality. If you're familiar with St. Louis, Chesterfield's a municipality. Ladue is a municipality. But we don't have that. Ozark's a city, so. Got the common address, 2406 South 19th Avenue. That's Suffolk's Avenue, Road, Circle, Court. Those are really important because lenders will do search 2 or 3 days before closing one more time. And if you've got street and it's an avenue, it may delay the closing. So you got to be careful of that, especially with government loans, because they're really picky on it. And then, of course, put the county in there. And in this case, we have Christian. We don't have to put the legal description. This is in a subdivision. And typically, once they turn over a few times, the lenders and the title companies all say, you know what? That's good. We don't need that. We'll do our work on the backside for that and have that. Now, if it's a parcel that's been cut out of another parcel, you really want a survey. So if you're representing the buyer, later on in the contract, it talks about that. You really want a survey because they say, okay, we're going to cut this 10 acres out and sell it. And so you write the contract on the 10 acres. Make it contingent on a survey. And then when the survey comes back and it's 7.2 acres, you've got room for negotiations and the contract allows for that. Or it's 10 acres and you get 11, you might not argue with that maybe, but you still want that. And then that when they do a survey, that creates, if it's a certified survey, a legal description of that parcel. And you can turn in the meets and bounds and the title companies most of the times will accept that. I'm just saying from a protection standpoint for your buyer. If you want to get in trouble, mess with this one and get it all messed up on inclusions and exclusions. Property includes, but not limited to, because you can have a bunch of stuff. All the following, if any, which are now located on the real estate, supposed to be working too. All of which shall are warrants to convey to buyer free and clear at closing. But the key is, and they did put it in bold, now note this, the contract, not a seller's disclosure statement, not the MLS that you see with all the pretty pictures, or any other promotional material provides for what's included in the sale. And we see this because you got this big fancy, $4,000 refrigerator in there, French doors and all that stuff. Or maybe that's got touch screen on the front. And it's in all the pictures and it's in all the marketing and the guy marked that he's got a refrigerator in the disclosures. It doesn't go with the house. You have to include it if you want the refrigerator. And you have to be specific, in my opinion, and write that I want the refrigerator in the living room. Or not the living room, I'm sorry. Currently in the kitchen. Okay, and you can see the items that they have here. Nothing really big there. You got hardwired pet systems. They want the collars also, which may or may not work. I've seen people sell those and they've got Rottweilers and the buyers got Chihuahuas. Doesn't work, so they don't have to leave those. Light fixtures, flush mounted speakers. This is one that gets into, we've got some flush mounted speakers, obviously these green ones. Or maybe those are microphones. But are those flush mounted over there? See that one on the wall? Would you consider that flush mounted?
No.
Yeah, so I mean, in my mind, if I want that stuff, I just write it in the included. If there's any doubt in my mind whether it should be included or not, I write it in there. Over here, we've got solar panels. If you see solar panels, run. No. But you have to ask a lot of questions if you're a buyer's agent and say, okay, are the solar panels paid for? And if they're not paid for, how much is owed on them? Okay, is the loan assumable? And if it's not assumable, is the seller paying for it at closing? Had a house just recently, an agent came in and talked to me about selling it for $165,000, had $33,000 worth of solar panels on it. Well, first time home buyer could afford 165 maybe now, but they can't afford the additional 33 if it's assumable. So you always have to be careful with those. If you're going to list a house, same thing. If you see solar panels when you drive up or you see them anywhere, you got to ask a bunch of questions.
What happened? So if I were to sell a house that had solar panels with a loan, could I, and they didn't want to assume, I mean, do they have to assume that loan to buy the home basically?
No,
They
you could
don't.
have them removed.
I mean, but if they can't afford to pay it off, would they have?
If the
they would
sellers can't.
Yeah, then I guess you would have to make them assumable, wouldn't it? Because they can't just come remove them from that, like the.
Well, the assumable part's in their original loan.
No, on their
It's
loan,
assumable. The deal is that,
I've dealt with solar panels before.
well, as a lender,
Uh-huh.
the appraisers say they have no value. because they're ugly.
They are.
number one. And then two, yeah, they do reduce your electric bill, utility bill. And over the course of 40 years, you might be able to pay for it, pay for the installation. I don't think it's very functional right now. I mean, I get it, save the world and all that. But at the same time, if I put 50,000 of those on my house, and my electric bill went to zero, it would still take me 22 years at my average utility bill to pay them off. Yeah, doesn't work for me. Propane tanks, if you see a propane tank anywhere on a listing or anything, first question is it owned or leased? If it's owned, you can get your gas anywhere. If it's leased, then you can only buy it from that company, the gas. Now you can have it vacated and then get a new tank in there, buy a new tank if you want to. But it's really important to remember that, and whether you're the buyer's agent or not. And then later on, the contract says, look, any fuel in this tank is the responsibility of the buyer. So this property right here has a propane tank owned by the seller, and we go read the tank. We or the gas company will read the tank and say, okay, it's got 50% gas, 500-gallon tank, 250-gallon times whatever that price is. Okay? Very important. We get into a lot of arguments on this one, okay? We had a house that somebody sold in our company that the propane company, people were from California, never seen the house, moved into it, and they came and got it in February of 22. And then all the water pipes froze and destroyed the house. So there's a lawsuit, Of course, they sue everybody. So we get in there, even though we're buyer's agent, it's part of our fault, just because we've got insurance. Hardwired security and alarm systems. If you want the Ring doorbell, write it up. If you want the Nest thermometer or thermostat, you need to write that in there too. We can't tell sometimes if they're hardwired anymore. If you see the Simply Safe, if you've seen that one advertised, little systems, completely, nothing's wired about it. If you want it, write it in there. Microwave ovens, you can tell, especially being women, whether they're built in or not. Barbecue grills, this is going to be a little bit of a problem because somebody will see a green egg out on the deck and then they come to do the walkthrough and the green egg's gone. They thought they bought it. No, you didn't buy it unless you write it in. So I would make sure that it's written in. And then on drapery and hardware, the hardware on anything stays. But if your seller, for example, wants to keep the purple curtains, she can keep the purple curtains, but she can't take the hardware. But the drapes, or not drapes, but the shades always stay, okay? But the curtains don't because they're so personal. You've got those transformer curtains for your boy or something like that. All right? So if you'll look here, the agent's done a pretty good job. And he's got in here that included dishwasher disposal. Now, you don't have to put dishwasher disposal because they're attached. You don't have to put the oven either, freestanding stove, because it's hardwired typically. But, he's CYA here. And then microwave, and I don't remember if it's built in or not. She's leaving the refrigerator anyway, but he did write it in. But what would you write? Refrigerator
In kitchen.
in the kitchen, because she has a refrigerator in the garage, electric water heater, that's really dumb, isn't it? And then washer and dryer, which she was leaving there too. Okay? Anything else you might want?
I lost, and I'm from, or just moved from Oklahoma, but the first house that I sold, and it might be different in Oklahoma, they made us, the realtor said you didn't write that you wanted to keep your curtains, and so the curtains went to the sellers as well. We were so mad, but it was not a big deal, but.
If they're custom, you see that sometimes in houses, if you've got real high windows, you've got a set of custom curtains, and they might have cost you $1,000. They could. The problem is the next house you're moving into probably doesn't have the same window.
Right.
So, you might be stuck there. You grab one of the contractors. Yeah, curtains would be one you could put in there. You could put the bed in the master bedroom. You could put the entire master bedroom suite, or what do we call it now? Principal bedroom, I guess it is, or something, whatever. You can put that in there. You can put anything you want to in the inclusions. Like, for example, the land contract I'm writing for the trust, we're asking for them to install cattle type fencing. They're not going to, but we're asking for it so we can negotiate a better price. And then on the other side of this, what's excluded? Well, the one in here is storage buildings. If it's not on a permanent foundation, then you probably ought to put it in there because they can drag it through the yard and take it out of there. And then they'd be obviously subject to repairing the yard, but at the same time they could, and it's a pretty expensive item. But on the other side of that, maybe you exclude the storage building because it's one of those old tin ones, you know? And it's fallen down, you don't want it. Seller to remove storage building prior to closing. The gnomes, maybe you don't want the gnomes. What else?
Playset.
Hmm?
Playset.
Playset, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, the playset, I mean, some people really want those, but sometimes they're really worn out. Like, I bought one for my grandson who lives with us. I guess when he was 2, and I got it from Kmart before it went out of business. Paid $99 for it, you know. I mean, it's pretty good, but it looks like hell now. So, you know, if somebody bought my house, they might not want that, and I would agree. And so we would dispose of it in whatever way. But the playset thing comes up quite a bit, actually. I had a guy in Branson one time, I sold his house and they made him remove the basketball court. Yep. Whole thing. Anything else? See, the solar panels are on there again. So, see, a seller could remove those. But, you know, to me, that would be worse because they remove those, maybe not worse, but I wouldn't want them to. And then they have to patch every hole in there. And it's just a potential leak is all it is. I mean, solar panels would tell, now Elon Musk actually invented a product, or his group did, that's solar panel shingles. Now that's the way to go. You know, they're like 10 times the cost of a regular roof, but that's still the way to go. All right, purchase price, pretty simple, straightforward. Who determines the purchase price? Buyer does, yeah. I mean, you kind of have an idea, right? Because you've already done a CMA for your buyer. If they say, I'm really interested in this house, it takes you 5 minutes to do a CMA, a comparative market analysis, and look and see what the value is. Harder on rural properties, on acreage, easy anywhere else. If it's if it's in a subdivision, it's probably sold in the last 5 or 10 years. So you can do a pretty good CMA. Now, you can't go back that far. You should look first when you're doing a CMA 6 months because the prices have settled down. They haven't started going down, which I hope they do a little bit. But you need to do a CMA. So this property's probably could have sold for a little more money. All brick, 2,000, a little over 2,000 square feet, or right, I think 2,000 square feet in Ozark on an acre, South Ozark, great condition, good floor plan. Probably could have sold for a little more, but the comps didn't show it. And I went in and told her, I said, look, I really think your price is around 350. And she said, I was really hoping to get more than that. I said, well, how much more? And I've already sold her another property, And she said, 375. I said, I can't do it. I mean, I could try, but I don't think I can. She says, what do you think's fair? And I said, well, 360, we might be able to get that. Hell, we had 3 offers on the first day. In the slowdown market, it was still, the inventory was low enough that when it came on and it was in such good condition that people jumped on it. So we might have got 365. I don't think we'd have got much more than that though. And this is cash, and this is no appraisal, and this is no inspections. Yeah, I know. Yeah, am I good or what? You don't control that.
Yeah, we don't like cash deals as lenders.
Seller concessions, they didn't ask for any because it's a cash purchase. They could have. And I'm not shocked when I see an $800,000 purchase with $10,000 or $15,000 in concessions, because that money typically goes for loan fees. And you can imagine what the concessions are, or what the loan fees are in an $800,000 purchase. Even if they're putting down $400,000, the loan fees are going to be what, $12,000?
That's exactly what.
12,000. So I wouldn't be shocked if I saw that. And I always tell my sellers, look, they probably need that assistance. That's probably all the cash they've got, especially FHA, VA, USDA. I mean, we closed one yesterday for 148,000. Guess what all the loan fees, all the fees associated with it were?
8,500. How much did you say the sales price was?
148.
I would say probably 85 to 9.
It was $9,000. I almost pooped in my pants. I didn't represent the buyer, but I thought, holy moly. And we gave them 6,000 in concessions. My seller didn't want to, but I said, you know, if I figure this right, 2.5%, that's probably about where you should be. And, but it was $9,000.
Insurance has gone up so drastically and we have to collect a year plus 3 months of reserve. So that alone has, I mean, premiums have gone up almost $1,000.
Yeah.
So that adds, I mean, that's a big part of that.
Yeah, I agree. And what was shocking was, so he buys it for 148, I think, through some wholesale mortgage LLC or something. But then the closing statement, he's paying 158 after all the fees are added in.
Yeah.
And that's why young people can't buy houses or, you know, first and second. I mean, it's just tough. And that's at probably 7%, I'm guessing, maybe lower. But it's shocking. Anyhow, when somebody asks for concessions, if you're on the list side, explain to your client. They wouldn't ask if they didn't need it, probably. And when you're working with the buyer, the first thing you should do is, are you pre-qualified? And so they've been with the lender. You say, okay, could I call them and just visit with them, kind of see where you're at? And the first question you ask is what? Do they need any concessions? Because at FHA, you're putting down 3.5%, right? Well, the cost is going to be about, or their lender fees are going to be about 3.5%. Now, for a young couple making decent money, say they're both making 40 grand a year, it's 80 grand. Sounds great, but divide it by 12 and then take out student loans, car loans, childcare, and so on. When you get all that out of there, they don't have that much money. So they've been able to save $7,500 on a $200,000 purchase, but they don't have another $7,500, you know? So, you know, ask the lender, say, you know, how much in concessions they're gonna need, and just write it right into the contract. Don't hesitate. And if the seller wants to, what they can do, like, let's say it's a $200,000 purchase, and they write it for full price, but it's an FHA loan, the seller can counter back and say, well, I'll do it for $207,500. And then if the buyer goes, man, that hurts, you know, then he could counter back and say, 203,750. And now you're kind of splitting the cost with the seller. It's going into your loan, but it's not raising your loan payment that much.
And we pre-qualify people if we know that they're gonna need it. We say you qualify for 150, even though you qualify for 158. You know, like,
Yeah.
but don't go to their limit because we know you're gonna need that for.
And the other thing, when you're working with first-time home buyers, especially first-time home buyers, they're qualified at 200,000. I mean, I always ask them, you comfortable with that payment? Do you know how much a payment is? No, how much is it? Call your lender, and the lender will give you a good faith estimate of what your payment would be on that. They go, holy shit, I'm sorry. I don't want to pay that much each month, you know? They say, well, what would you be comfortable with? Well, I'm paying $1,000 a month right now renting. Okay, well, let's try to keep you around $1,000 a month. It's gonna be hard, but we might try it. But, you know, just because somebody's qualified to something, I suggest that they never go to that top end of it. You know, keep yourself down there where you can keep it under control. I'm not Dave Ramsey or anything, but just, you know, don't be house poor. That's the worst thing in the world. You get up in the morning, you know, you gotta work yourself to death just to pay for your house. Don't leave time for anything else. If you do have earnest money, you notice $360,000 purchase, that ain't put down any earnest money. What? Doesn't matter. I mean, it's a good contract without earnest money. We get into more fights, brokers do, and brokerages and buyers and sellers about earnest money than anything else. If for some reason the contract falls apart, inspections, they end up not qualifying.
Appraisal, yeah, comes in low
Or, you know, somebody dies and move away, whatever, everybody fights about earnest money. So unless somebody requires it, I don't hardly ever put it in a contract anymore. And the one I wrote today, no earnest money.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not necessary. Now, when I first got in the business, now that was in ancient times before 2000, but we got contracts in Branson where they buy a $250,000 house and put down $25,000 in earnest money. Because that's the way you have to do it. They used to have to do it that way.
Whenever you're representing a seller, do you factor that in whenever choosing between offers?
Oh, yeah, when people are presenting offers, let's say she writes an offer and I write an offer, and we know it's gonna be competitive, then I will suggest to my clients that they put down earnest money to make it more competitive.
That makes sense.
Maybe our offers are exactly the same, except I got earnest money, I may win. When you're in a multiple offer situation as a buyer's agent, what you should do is the first thing is call the agent. Say, are we gonna be in a multiple? Yeah, we're supposed to get 2 more offers. Okay, when do your clients want to close? Right?
Yeah,
And, you know, what type of loan do they like best? Because everybody's gonna get a loan most of the time. Do they prefer conventional? Because sometimes you go conventional
Easier
over
to get the offer
FHA.
made.
Yeah. So, you know, ask them all those questions and find out what they really want, and then sweeten your offer to that degree if you can.
Yeah, during the really crazy times, we couldn't get an FHA. I mean, if we wouldn't, those offers didn't get accepted. I'm sure you guys saw that too. That was in Oklahoma, but we would have to put people in conventional loans, even though FHA was a better suited just to get them into a house.
People wouldn't accept it because it said government loan. They wouldn't do it. There's still a mindset out there, especially with mature people like myself, that it's gonna be harder. It's not, it's all the same. And it used to be, you had 45 days on an FHA and you had 45 days on a VA and 60 days on a USDA or a government loan. Now it's all the same. It's all 30 days, just basically. But that's another question to ask the lender. How long is it gonna take to close? And we'll get right down there in just a minute. If you do have earnest money, see this line 26? Never less than 10 days. So you can just write 10 on your little contract there if you want to. The reason being is people have lives, and nobody carries a checkbook except me. So you just can't write a check. Now, most of the title companies now will take it electronically. I still don't trust any of that. So I'd write them a check probably, but I might forget because I got busy or I had to go to my grandson, whatever. And then the next thing you know, the 5 days are over with and the contract can be terminated by the seller if the earnest money is not turned in time. So part of your job as a buyer's agent is say, hey, you know, you take that earnest money check by? Oh, no, I forgot about that.
And don't let them get a money order.
Yeah.
I use the, like Great American Title has the earnest where you can actually just wire it right to
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
That works real good.
yeah,
I even had one guy buy a lot and he put all the earnest money in and he already
Yeah.
paid for the lot.
I've had people do that. I've had people do that too. I don't like anything electronic. I hate it. I hate making payments electronic. I just do. It just doesn't seem right, you know, it's not real. But I do it too. But put 10 in there and that gives you time. Because again, if you don't get that earnest money in time, the seller can just terminate the contract. You can just say, oh, we're done. You know, you failed one of the terms and conditions of the contract. You don't want that, right? And the additional earnest money, just ignore that. That's typically on new construction where you've made some changes or something. If you get into that, come see me and I'll fix it for you. Right, and that money is applied to the purchase. You know that. You learned that in real estate school. And so it comes right back and gets applied. Now in closing, it's interesting because closing, subject to the terms of the contract, sale will be closed, which means the unconditional release and exchange of the deed for the purchase price together with all other documents and funds required by the contract. That's what the closing is. And I've been to closings where we sign all the paperwork, buyer does, seller signs it, and then the closer comes out and goes, we haven't got the wire yet.
Yeah.
Which means we haven't had a closing yet. That's why it says all of this. That's what a closing is. And you know, there may be times you'll have to wait. It's gotten a lot better. But people think of a wire as just like this. No, if you're wiring something from Ohio, it might go 3 federal banks before it gets to the local title company. So don't think that. So when this lady that's selling this house bought her house, we wired the money the day before to make sure that it was at the title company. Because it's not going anywhere. Title company's got it, probably as good as a bank almost. We're gonna close this one at Meridian Title. The buyer's agent chose that. I'm guessing. You think the seller or the buyers knew Meridian Title Company? They're from Arizona. No, they didn't. And I mean, most agents end up doing that, but I still ask my clients, where would you like to close this? And unless they are pretty active in the real estate business, they don't have a preference. I've got a rehabber I work with, won't close at Hogan. I close everything I can at Hogan. So, it's just people have their own choices, but, so you ask, but you give them more than one choice. And you don't care where it closes. What you want from a closing company is communication, document preps, everything being right. You want the closing statement prior to closing. You don't want to see it at the table. And you want to be treated well. And so, like a lot of these people, I don't know about this guy, but like Grady and Holt and those guys that do a lot of closings, they like to close one place. And they just kiss their butt. You know what I mean? When they walk in the door, they're just like, woo, because they're closing 200 or 300 transactions a year. Now I'm closing 40 and I'm all over town. So I walk in, they go, can I help you? I hate that. Because, I want to be nice too. After 30 or 28 years, you'd think, they at least know who I was. Shame. Anyhow, you pick it, kind of, right? But you should give them more than one choice. And then this one's in Springfield. Really, the smart thing, I think Meridian may have more than one in Springfield. They should have the street address. Like if I'm closing at Hogan, I'm gonna put Hogan on Sunshine. And I might put the closer's name up here too. You don't have to, it says closing agent, but that's actually the company. And then April 30th of 24. So that means I get paid next Tuesday. Woo-hoo. Who chooses that date?
Or the buyer.
The buyer does in conjunction with the, no, not title,
Seller.
lender.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we do whatever we're,
That's the first, you ask them that question, when do you want to close? Well, as soon as possible. You say, are you in a lease? Oh, yeah, I am. Okay, now let's talk about that. Okay, no, I'm living with my mother. No big deal, I can get out anytime. And then you say, well, when can the lender close? So, I'm not sure. I mean, hopefully you got a good line of communication already open with the lender and you've already asked her that. So we can close within 30 days or whatever it might be. And then when you close, on your phone now, you got a calendar, right? Don't close on Sunday. Okay? Bad idea. But this date here is always an honor before date. You don't have to put honor before, even if you can move it up. Legally, this date, as long as you close by this date at midnight, it's an honor before date. So if your clients come to you, your buyers come and say, look, the lender's ready, and the house is vacant or going to be vacant, you just have to communicate with the other agent. Say, look, we want to move this to the 28th. You don't even have to put it in writing. But would it be a good idea? It probably would be a good idea. Simple amendment. All parties agree that the closing is April 28th versus April 30th. And actually the sellers are closing on the 29th on this one because that's a convenient time for them.
a lot of young buyers like to close on the 1st instead of the 30th too, because then their first payment isn't due. Like if they get a whole extra month. So
Yeah.
it gives them some time to
60
save up
days,
some money.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good too. And you need, a lot of times, you need to explain that and the lender hopefully will say to them, you close here like even the 4th, right? You still may get 54 days before your first payment is. That's
This year it'd be
sweet.
June 1st, but if it was one day later, it wouldn't be until July 1st. So it gives them that whole extra month.
That's a big deal. You just spent your savings getting into the house. And now you're about to be hit with a payment in maybe less than or right at 30 days. It's always better if they get that little extra time. So don't be afraid to do that. It says that possession and all keys will be delivered to the buyer at closing, and brokers aren't responsible for this. Hell, every broker does it. I mean, I'll bring the keys and we bring the garage openers and all that. But now we've got all these push button things, so you need to know all the passwords for them. And so they can reset them if they want to. So that way they'll be able to get in and out of the garages, while they're maybe moving stuff in. This is a good one on 42. It says attach a right or possessions to be transferred other than at closing. You got a residential lease. You got to deal with that separately. If you get into that situation, again, come see me and we'll talk about it. But you should use that document. But then possession by buyer prior to closing, bad idea. Possession by seller after closing, bad idea. If the buyer gets in there early, it's like a used car, you know, they're gonna find all kinds of dings and things, toilet doesn't flush as fast as they want to or whatever. Possession by seller after closing, bad idea. Seller's still in the house, I just gave him $100,000 for it, he gets to live there? No, that's not right. So I don't want that either. I love this one, limited purpose entry rider. The reason being, you know, we do it and you'll do it if you're new, but we move people from place to place and say, yeah, just move. Well, anybody that's moved knows it doesn't just work like that. So the best thing, let's say they're moving in Springfield from their 2-bedroom, 1-bath house into a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. If the other house is vacant, ask for possession of one of the garage stalls to put all their boxes in. You know, all their small stuff, kids' clothes, whatever. And then the mover can come the day of closing. And I mean, they can unload a house in 4 or 5 hours for sure. And then you still got time to sweep and make it look pretty. But I love that one. And if you sell farms, use that one. Because if you sell a farm, any farmer, including me, and I live in town, and I'm not a farmer, but I got 2 trailers. So I can move my trailers first. And if I've got animals, if I got 30 head of cattle, I'm not moving them in one load. It may take 4 or 5 loads. And then I need a place to put them, but I can't leave them at the other place if I close on it and move to this one. So yeah, I've used that on farms too and love it. So don't be afraid to use that. All right, 45, unless specified otherwise, seller warrants that the property be vacant at the time of closing, except for tenants. We already talked about that. And in its present condition, together with any improvements or repairs required by the contract, ordinary wear and tear accepted. So this, you know, should reasonably look like it is. And free of any debris or personal property, not included in the contract. Now, what's key about this is the fact that people lose their crap a lot of times in the houses. So what you should do as a buyer's agent, if you're with your clients especially, is you walk through and they got debris or personal property everywhere, click, send it to the other agent, say we got a problem. Right then. Or the same thing when you do your walkthrough, there's damages, click, send it to the other agent, we got a problem. We need to correct this prior to closing. Because there's nothing worse than that. You just bought this house, you paid big money for it. Big money could be 100,000. But you paid money for it, and now you got to clean it before you move in. Now, notice it doesn't say clean, right? Yeah. If you've been in the business very long, mopped floors, swept floors, cleaned toilets, cleaned counters, cleaned out kitchen cabinets, done it all. Because I don't want my clients walking into that. It's like, oh God, this is bad. But notice it doesn't say clean. It says debris and personal property. Everybody good with page 1? Only took 45 minutes. We're moving, man. All right, on page 2, we've got contingent. Is it contingent on something selling or is it not contingent? This contract was contingent on the sale of another property, but it was closing like 7 days. So I encouraged my client to take it. I said, because number one, you'll see that later on we remove all this other stuff. Number one, it's a good contract, cash offer and so on. But they were closing, so they're already through their inspections and everything else. The only contingency they had on theirs, even after the inspection, was to have it professionally cleaned, the one in Arizona. Now, if it is contingent, you've got to use one of these 2 riders. Contingency for sale of buyer's existing property means that property might not even be on the market. You know, it may not have a sign in the yard, it may not be anything. Or it could be on the market, but not sold yet, not under contract. So if that's the case, what do? Call the other agent, look it up on the MLS if it's, you know, if you can do that, check it out, say what, you know, how you doing? How you feeling about this? Well, we just put on the market this morning, we had 7 showings. I'm feeling pretty good about that one. Might encourage your client to take that offer. Maybe not, but it might. If it's contingent on the closing, to me, that's just like a lender. especially if they're already through the inspection. So I don't have any problem on those contingency for closings. We accept them all the time if we get them. Because, you know, if you're through the inspection process and they made the repairs, I mean, it's done. You know, something's got to go really bad for it not to close. And in Springfield, I'd say we have well over 90% closings. If we go under contract, and it gets, you know, that far, we close it. I was gonna say I closed all mine. I'm not gonna say that. All right, and then B, they marked appraisal contingency, and you'll see later on, hopefully we'll have time, we'll get to where we counter and say, take all that stuff out. Because we had multiple offers, and we didn't want to mess with the appraisal. I didn't think there was a problem with the appraisal, all brick, 2,000 plus square foot, but at the same time, why take a chance?
So why do they want an appraisal if they're doing it all cash? Because usually an appraisal has to do
You
with.
still
like,
can.
Loan, okay.
You still can, because, and with my investors that I work with, I encourage them to get an appraisal on these jump $40,000 properties. Because the bank might want to drive by and have a look at it, even though it's a cash purchase, meaning they're just give them 40,000. The bank may want to drive by and look at it and go, no, we'll give you 30. And then they do an appraisal, and it doesn't have to be a full-blown appraisal. It can just be the bank's appraisal, because appraisals are different. And then if you do that, and it doesn't appraise, down here, you send an appraisal notice to the other agent, client, seller, and say, this $360,000 house only appraised for $350. We want you to reduce the price to $350. And you have to send the appraisal notice and the appraisal when you do that.
So if this is checked, if it comes in lower, they have to come
You don't
down?
have to reduce it.
Okay,
You don't have to send a notice if you don't want to. Because the lender now is gonna loan on $350,
right.
right? They're not gonna loan on the $360, even if you wanted it.
Yeah.
So the lender doesn't have a say in it except to discuss with the clients, well, here's the
We have to come up with
ramification.
the cash if we don't come down in
Gotta
price.
bring the other 10,000. So on line 63, I actually put this, if it's a 30-day closing, I put it for 30 days. Because the lenders, no offense to them, they don't control the appraisers. They'll send it out to get appraised, and then the appraiser may not appraise it till the last week. Certainly, it'll be in the last 14 days. And then for some reason, once they appraise one, it seems to take them 4 or 5 days to complete the appraisal. Now, I don't know why. If we functioned that way, we would be out of business. But they do it that way. So what are you gonna put in that blank?
30 days.
At least 30, but if it's a 45-day closing, I'm putting 40. And if it's 60, I'm putting 55. I mean, I'm getting it near to the end because I never get a call from a lender or an appraiser early in the contract and say, hey, you know, it didn't appraise. I get it that last week. And that's a problem. Okay? And then the seller has 5 days to respond and say what we're gonna do. The seller has choices. Well, the buyer has a choice. He can just take it like it is. It's probably not if I'm representing. One, the seller can come down. Just say, okay, I'll agree to 350. They can split the difference. Buyer comes up 5, seller comes down 5, or somewhere in between there. Or the buyer can terminate the contract. No penalty. No earnest money. Nobody fight. And you can challenge appraisals, but we've been doing it, like I said, for 28 years. Every appraisal I've ever challenged, I've got a 1 or 2% maybe change in it, even after I show where they were wrong. And nothing you can do about it. There's an appraiser out in the area. I actually coached his mom in high school girls basketball. No, his sister. And he's terrible. And he did one for me in Kickapoo School District and did it under $90 a square foot, walkout basement. And I couldn't get him to change it for anything. And I gave him all kinds of comps. He said, well, they really don't compare. You know, this house is this and that. I'm like, I don't care. You know, you're wrong, but they won't ever. An appraiser will never say they were just, well, I missed that one.
No, they take it, it's like they take it
And you can get
offense
a
to it.
second appraisal. But sometimes, the FHA, VA still do that where they first.
Oh, wait, but yeah, where you can get a second appraisal. Well, no, the only time on an FHA, we would typically get a second appraisal if it was like a flip and.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've already had an appraisal that one stays on the books,
Yeah,
right?
the case number, it stays with it, so.
Mhm, see?
So like if an FHA deal bust, or they were with another lender and left that lender and came to me, we would have to request that bank send us their appraisal and use that appraisal.
And then you find out that it didn't appraise, and it'd be like, okay, that
And
wasn't
I think they
very
can
good.
get out, away from that appraisal, but it stays with them on those ones.
Yeah. Everybody got that? Makes sense, kind of. All right, that's called the appraisal resolution deadline. The next section on financing is kind of messy. Because it starts out with not contingent upon financing, but I might get a loan. Now, there's nothing wrong with this because I buy houses to remodel too occasionally if I can find anything that makes sense. And I mean, I can pay cash for it on most of them, but I might not want to. Maybe I got 100,000, I'm buying a $50,000 house, but I know I'm gonna have to put 50 in it to make it worth 150. Maybe I don't want to use all my cash, so I just go to the bank and get a, short-term loan or something like that. But if I was forced to, then I'd just pay cash. But either way, it's not contingent on financing, so the buyer can't come to the client, the seller and say, I didn't get my financing. So on this one, we've got that. You can't come and say that. All right? Non-conventional, this is a government loan. And if it's a government loan, you must use MSC 2011R. We don't see very much seller financing, and we don't see very much loan assumption. It's kind of surprising because a lot of the FHA and VA loans are 3%, right?
Yeah, I don't know of anyone who offers it. I
Can't do it?
work for a flat branch. We don't do it. I was with Arvest for 17 years. They didn't do it.
Why can't they do that though? Because it says right in the loan when you
It's
close
just,
it.
it's
that
just kind of messy, I think, because let's say that I had a home and I only owed 100, but it was worth 200. Well, then that they're assuming a portion of that, but then have to get financing for the other portion, so they've got two.
Oh, I
So,
see.
so
Okay, I
if,
get that.
yeah, so, because they're only assuming what's, and then,
What's
so
owed.
it's just a messy
I
deal
never
for.
thought of it that way. I always just thought that that'd be a hell of a deal. I mean, that's the way to go. I got a house with mine's 2.78.
I got 2.125.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, let somebody assume this, but I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
that's
I don't
the,
know very much on it. So now they would have to finance the rest of it. There'd be two loans.
well, and it's not gonna be a mortgage loan, it's gonna be a second, so the terms are probably gonna be a balloon and much higher.
Oh, you're kidding?
No.
I didn't know all that.
Yeah, so
You
But
can
that's-
come to our meetings sometime.
I will come to them.
Are you a vendor on our deal?
I work with Christina Ferrante
Oh,
at
yeah.
417.
I might mention that sometime, because I just assumed you could do that. I just thought it pretty much an easy deal, but it doesn't sound easy now.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't ever recommend that again. Conventional, this just basically means they're getting a loan that's 95% or less. That's a conventional loan in most cases. They're gonna have to put down some, but I understand now there are FHA conventional loans, right?
I'm not aware of an FHA conventional loan.
Uh,
Maybe you're thinking of this. There is like a first time home buyer conventional
Yeah,
loan.
yeah,
but Not, it's not FHA, but it only requires 3% down.
Okay,
So-
that's what I'm thinking about. But most of the time on conventional, it's 95% or less. And listen, when you get down there to loan contingency deadline on line 80, it says it's 25 days if none stated before you have to have your loan approved. So what do you think you should put on there? Same thing you put on the appraisal.
Yeah.
You really should, because the lender again never calls me and says, oh, no, they bought a truck. We're not gonna be able to finance this until the last week of the transaction. They don't tell you that 4 weeks in advance. You think everything's good, the repairs are done, and then the lender calls you with the bad news. Or they've discovered a medical issue or
Yeah.
insurance or something like that in the background that messes up the loan. So you need to put that date towards the end of the contract. You don't have to put the full term, but it needs to be pretty close. So 30-day loan, I'm putting at 25, 45-day loan, I'm putting at 40, 50, or 60 days, I'm putting at 55. Don't forget that, because someday, here's what happens. If you go past that loan contingency deadline, look down at line 95. If the loan contingency deadline passes without a termination, meaning you didn't notice the other agent, or the seller, the buyer remains obligated under this contract and must have available all funds required to close. A loan commitment or pre-approval does not guarantee buyer's loan will actually fund. Now, I've been told by the attorneys, this applies to FHA and VA too, even though it's, you might play help suing somebody that doesn't have any money. The point is that if you want to protect your clients, you need to get that date out there long enough that if there is something that comes up, a lot of people have medical stuff that they don't know about back there somewhere. So I marry you and all that, but then we go to buy a house and we go to get a loan, you got great income, I got great income. And then, we get 10 days before closing and they go, she owes $100,000 to Cox. And then I asked her, I didn't know about that. I thought that was all taken care of. Nobody's ever said anything to her. They haven't tried to collect it for 20
Right, for
years
that
or
many
whatever.
years, yeah.
I mean, it happens. I've seen it happen multiple times where medical especially. So you want to make sure that. Then going back up to 87, it's really a good idea to fill in these blanks. Now, you don't have to be completely accurate, but if it's an FHA loan, how much are they getting? 96.5, right? You don't have to figure the dollar amount if you don't want to, but that initial interest rate, by God, I'm putting that in a contract right now, aren't you? Say, yes, you are, because it's not going down like it was supposed to. So when I call the lender, if the lender says it's 6.7
They're sitting at about 7.25 right now.
right now,
Yeah.
okay, if she says 7.25, I'm gonna ask her, when I'm on that same phone call asking about everything else, closing date, I'm gonna say, can they buy if it goes any higher than that? She's gonna go, probably not. I'm putting 7.25 in there. Because if it goes above that, then they have a legitimate legal reason to terminate the contract. I mean, don't mess this one up, especially with first-time home buyers, or even good clients that are, got lots of money. Maybe they say, you know what, I'll buy it, but if the interest rate goes up a point, I'm not in there. So if it's 7.25, 8.25. I mean, you listen to them on that or listen to their lender.
And your lender should be giving you these updates, but if you have someone who's pre-qualified and it's been a month, even though their letter isn't expired, I would check in with that lender if they haven't already, and let you know, and make sure that they still qualify, because the rates are still moving up right now.
Yeah, ridiculous. All government created the whole damn thing. Put all that money out there, now we're spending another $100 billion. Well, they'll probably end up at 8.5. Which really hurts our business, because it hurts, especially since the prices went up so much over the last 3 years. Now nobody can afford anything, first-time home buyer. Now the first-time home buyer can't be a move-up buyer because they can't move up because it costs too much to move up. Imagine 1,200 square feet in Willard selling for 225 to 250.
It's crazy.
3-bedroom, 2-bed. I mean, just those houses that were, I sold those for 79,000. 225,000. That's stupid. It's not fair. But nothing we can do about it because supply chain issues, bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just, if the government hadn't thrown all that money out there, we'd still be probably around 5, maybe.
Mhm.
5's good. 6, 7, and 8 aren't good. I mean, it just gets people where they can't afford anything. What's a $200,000 loan, 7%? That's probably $2,000 a month, right?
Probably, yeah, about 1850, yeah, so.
That's a lot of money. So those two people making
1950.
$40,000 a piece, that's 40% of their income. You don't want to be there if you can help it. If you've gone to family reunion, they do these charts all the time, and it shows what the affordability rate is. It doesn't exist for first and second,
It
or
doesn't.
first. I mean, it's just not there. They can't afford it. It's 50% of their income a lot of times. That's not right. Who wants to go to bed at night knowing that you got to get up in the morning just to pay your mortgage? You want to get up in the morning to take your kid to school and, enjoy your job and all that. No, you're asking for a job at Walmart at night,
Do you think the home prices will start to level out? Because it is
Oh, they'll level out. They're just not going down.
not going down. You think this is gonna be,
Yeah, unless we have a recession, a true recession, which could still happen, We're just not quite out of there yet, especially when they spend another $100 billion. And because that money doesn't exist, that's, it's just money. I mean, it's play money. Which maybe they're saying that's just equipment. I don't know. Point is that, no, I don't think it's gonna come down. I think we got up and it's not gonna settle unless we go into a recession. If we go into a recession, what I heard today, though, first time I've heard this in a long time, a builder, local builder in Nixa, had 3 of his houses foreclosed on. I know, I haven't heard that since 2008. And that was bad in 2008. You weren't here, but I was, and it was really bad. It was just horrible. So we don't want to head down that road for sure. All right, so, and then amortization term, it's almost always gonna be 30 years. If the banks start doing 40 years, we're in real trouble there too, you know? And most of the time it's gonna be fixed. When the market really was terrible with the high inflation back in the late 80s and early 90s, Jimmy Carter years, and that's how long ago it was. I had adjustable rates on everything I owned because I knew I could at least get that initial payment down, and then I had 2 years or 3 years or 5 years to watch the rate and hopefully renegotiate or, you know, maybe just go out and get another adjustable somewhere else. Because the interest rate, when we had a restaurant in Branson, 21%.
My dad bought 200 acres at 21%, right? Yeah.
And my house was 10%, the first house I ever bought. I thought I was getting a deal because it had been 13, you know? So, we don't want that for sure. But anyhow, it's probably not gonna see many adjustables. And then again, don't forget about this loan contingency deadline for your clients. You're trying to protect them because you're a buyer's agent. Now, title and survey, the title companies are really good anymore about getting the title commitment out pretty quick. When you get it, because they typically send it to you as the buyer's agent, send it to your client. And you can read it. The key things in it are on the exceptions on B. But the deal is, a good title company will tell you, got a problem. Easement, tax lien, child support, you check for now, male and female. There's something there, and they tell you about it. A good title company will. If they miss it, they've got some liability. It's hard to sue a title company, but they do have some liability. So again, that's one of the reasons you choose good title companies that have good reputations is for that reason. I would tell you on the next 4 choices, who pays for what on this title work? The one to choose is C. I mean, that's just bottom line, because that's fair. I'm the seller, so I'm gonna pay for the title commitment and the search. So they're gonna go back and look and see if I've got any liens or anything like that against it. If there's any problems on the title, I'm gonna provide that to you, the buyer. If you are not paying cash, then the lender is gonna require you to have title insurance to protect the title during your ownership. You should be responsible for that, not me. And 2 of them, A and B, it's a higher cost to the seller, and then on D, the buyer is paying for everything. You don't want that. And so typically the title cost for a seller is $200 for the search, $200 for the document prep fee. Most companies, that's not everybody, so don't, you know, if you're online, don't write that down somewhere and hold it to me, against me. But the buyer's cost on a what, $400,000 house? I don't know what that would be. Title insurance might be $3,000, $2,000, be pretty high. As a seller, I don't want to pay for your insurance while you're living in the house. So that's the buyer's responsibility. C is the fairest one. Okay?
What is it that makes it, like B has got split 50-50?
Yeah, but if the buyer's cost is $3,000 and mine's $400, so the total's $3,400, I don't want to pay $1,700.
No, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Now, you want to sweeten the deal, the buyer can pay for everything because it's only about an additional $400.
Right.
And it makes him look like he's really doing something. But you've got to sell this to the other agent if you do that. So you're in a competitive situation again. You put down earnest money, but you really want the house. Call the title company, say, okay, you know, I'm going to close this deal, it's $200,000. How much is it going to cost on the seller side? Not his mortgage, not anything else, just for the document prep and the title search. And they tell you $400. Let's say they say $500. You check D, you call the other agent and say, buddy, we're even going to pay your closing costs.
Is C what most people will pick? I mean, that's what we'll see most often. Okay.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way it should be. But if you want to sweeten it, B's a good choice because you're not costing that person much money. Heck, you might even pay that. No. And then here again, we have the title company repeat it, said, who's gonna issue the policy? Well, unless you're dumb, it should be the same person on the front page, right? Right. And they should tell you if there's a problem, whatever it might be, access, easements, lanes, whatever it might be. Again, if you're buying land, I really suggest you get a survey. If you're gonna do that, then you need to get on, let me see where that line is. On line 115 on the next page, flip your page over there, you should put in there again, at least 5 days before closing, because you're not gonna get a survey in 30 days, not in this area. You might get one in 45. So again, your buyer says, I wanna get a survey. You say, okay, I'm gonna make some calls to see what we can do. And you might not write the offer until you find out how long you're gonna be out on the survey.
Who do you recommend for surveys in this area?
There's a company in Marshville I've used a couple times, but there's one in Chesterfield Village, believe it or not. BCE Engineering or something. I've used them a couple of times. They jump right on stuff. The one in Marshfield was pretty good, but this other one, I can't remember who it is. I've got them in my phone.
And I have one more question. Do you guys ever, does Springfield ever have split closings where the buyer, okay, is that common here or are they usually at the same place? Okay.
I mean, I know we do it in Oklahoma, but we don't do it in Missouri. We can avoid it.
We don't like to do it either, but
What
they
you'll
do.
see, a lot of times, guys, especially for newer agents, is you got people like Grady or Patrick Murney. He always closes at Hogan on Republic Road with Debbie. You know, he writes that right in there. Seller prefers to close at, yeah, right. The seller doesn't care. This is Patrick cares, right? I mean, he's one of the top 3 or 4 agents year after year, 1, 2, or 3 every year. He wants to close over there. He knows that they're gonna, and they're not gonna make a mistake, and if they do, they'll eat it. But you and I don't have that, you know? So they say, seller prefers to close. You know, to me, I don't care what they prefer. Hogan, Land, and I'm gonna put whatever I want to. I don't care what they say in there. Now, if it's a new construction home, you better close at that title company that they prefer, because they have all of his escrows, they do all of his payments to his contractors, so everything's there. You don't wanna mess that one up, because then they may have a split closing just because of that, and it ends up costing more for both parties. But you can't have a split closing, you don't have to close at the same place.
And that was 30 days on line 110.
115, 110. Well, on the title commitment, you could put, you could leave the 10 days because it's usually you got it, and then so you have 10 more days to read it. But on the survey, I don't know if that's 110.
No, it's 115, you're right.
115 on the survey. Yeah, on the survey, I'd extend that one out until 5 days, at least 5 days before closing, maybe all the way through closing. Again, it's going to take you more than 30 days in Southwest Missouri to get a survey. And then if you do get one and it's got problems, there's a form for that. Missouri has a form for everything. So it's a title and survey notice which says, hey, you sold me 10 acres, but there's only 7. So we're paying $10,000 an acre. So we want to amend the contract to say 70,000. And or it's got an easement right down the middle, or there's a sinkhole, natural gas line that you didn't know about, whatever it might be, something that prevents you or could prevent you from doing what you wouldn't want to do, you can object to that. And if the seller doesn't fix that before closing, he's got to agree in writing, contract can be terminated without penalty. And if your buyer has paid for the survey, if it's terminated because they won't correct it, then the seller is responsible for the cost of the survey. Now you got to get it from them. So that would be maybe a little small claims court.
Challenge.
Yeah, that could be a challenge. All right, on 7, on inspections, we're to the good part of the contract. Look what it says first, right there in the first line, the property is being sold in its present condition. What's that mean? As is. Yeah, it is, it really is. With no warranties expressed or implied except as may be given to the buyer in writing. So let's say in writing, it says, in the MLS, the buyer's gonna replace the roof before closing. So what are you gonna do in your contract? Buyer to replace, or not buyer, seller to replace roof before closing. You write it right in the contract, because what it would say, the very first section said, it doesn't matter what they say in the MLS, doesn't matter. So I would write it right in the contract, same thing here. So that would be one that you got in writing. Conditions of the property that are disclosed or clearly visible should be considered by the buyer in setting the purchase price or making correction of such conditions by seller or requirement of the contract. Now, in the craziness that we had, not last year, but the 2 years before that or 3 years before that, hey, you can ask for anything. You can even negotiate price. Everything was selling higher than what it was listed for. We're back to now where you negotiate. It's like I'm asking for cattle type fencing. Don't really expect to get it. But at the same time, 3 years ago, I wouldn't even, my client, if they'd have said that, I said, you're crazy. I mean, you know, if you're gonna offer them 10,000 over what it's worth, maybe they'll do it. But now you can negotiate again. And I never did change the whole time during the whole craziness. If I walk up to the house and there's a glass is broken in the front door, it's gotta get fixed. Because I'm protecting my clients. And it may damage our ability to get the contract, but we'll have that discussion. But I'm writing those things up. Over the years, I've asked for the bedrooms to be repainted, especially kids' room, all black walls and black ceiling, and all that, or pink or purple or whatever. I've asked for that in contract. I've asked for new light fixtures or fans in the contract. I don't wait for the inspector to find something wrong. If I see it and it's material and my buyers go, good, you know, then we want to get it fixed. Okay? You can do that now again. I mean, this is like real estate. All right. So either make it a condition of the contract, you know, fix this, or you adjust the price. Now you can adjust prices again. You can offer less than what a house is worth, and you might get it. You know, depending on the location and the condition of the home. I mean, this was sold quickly, but you know, I mean, it was. When we get all brick, you know, that's the best you can get, in my opinion. And then when it's just immaculate inside, you're not gonna get better than that. I mean, people can see that there's not gonna be much to be done. So that's different. But if you have a home that has some character, then you could probably negotiate. We got, LeMay wrote one on River Road, and I think she got 10,000 off the asking price. And it needs a new roof, 15,000.
I just had a 770 that with the contract 740, it's over by Flat Branch back off National. Yeah, they got it for $30,000 less than asking price.
What was this price?
It was, the list price
770?
was 770. They got it for I guess they got it for 745, but Brett Reinhardt is the realtor on it, but he's taking it. One of the realtors, Gina, is taking an $8,000 cut in her commission, and the other realtor's taking like a 5 just to make it work, so, but
You take
still,
cuts in your commission.
I was
Look at me.
surprised.
Don't do that. I mean, we work really hard. You're gonna find out.
Yeah, and
The
I
contract-
was shocked, but they just, I guess it'd been on the market for 40 days and they were trying to,
40 old days.
This is how,
it was originally 770 and they came down to 745.
I'm never gonna take a reduction on my commission and not least the other days, even.
Of course, with that sales price, that's a
It's
big
not that
commission.
you can't, you know, I mean, let's say you've been working with buyers a long time and this, I mean, it's really the house of their dreams. And they're we're $1,000 apart or something.
Oh, well, that might then, yeah.
Yeah, I might too. I mean, the point is, it's not a never deal. It's just like, don't do it. I mean, don't think of it as a regular thing that you do, because think about your last job that you ever had. If your boss came to you on Friday and said, hey, we've had a tough week, you know, I'm gonna have to only give you 500 this week versus the 1,000 that you normally earn. What? Well, realtors do it all the time. right, I'll pitch in 500, I'll pitch in 1,000. I'm like, no, I do it too. So don't, I mean, it's not like I've got this halo up here. But the point is, don't make it a regular thing that you do. Don't let that be the go-to for your trying to get a contract negotiated. Now, look here, I could read all this, but you don't need me to. The buyer can inspect it and the buyer can appraise it. That's what that contract says. He doesn't even have to hire anybody, but he could. But he could do it himself. So don't be shocked if someday your buyer says, I'm gonna inspect the house, you know, I got a background in construction, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay, you go right ahead. But if you're gonna ask for anything, then you have to provide a written report. It can be on notebook paper or just white paper. And it would be best to provide pictures along with any inspection notice that you give. Okay, so they've got to treat it professionally, even if they do it themselves. Any question there? No.
I have one question.
Okay.
It's related to the inspection, but it's something that I'm going through right now. We had an inspection, 4 major items was wrong, there was something wrong. And they give the response, they're not gonna be responsible for fixing them. I presented that to my buyer, she wanted a mutual release. And when I send the documentation to the sellers, and it seems like they wanna work it out, they wanna make things right, they wanna repair everything. So
All they're
what,
gonna do is sign the original document.
the original,
Huh?
even if it's like, what would be the original? That would be
The
the,
original inspection notice that you sent to them,
okay,
they can just sign it and say, hey, we're gonna fix everything.
oh, perfect, yes.
They
Awesome.
can do that. Or they can do on your, when you countered, if you did, did they send you a counter in writing, an inspection notice response?
They just sent the response, so we didn't counter because it was.
No, but they sent you one and said they weren't fixing anything?
They say, they put questionable things, I even printed here. They said the roof needed to be replaced, and they say that they're only gonna replace the roof if the insurance company agrees to that.
They can do that too.
Okay,
I mean, but that's up to your buyer at that point, because here's the deal, we're gonna go into this, we're not down there yet, but we're gonna go into it right now. I get an inspection, I've got a time period to get it done.
mhm,
I send over a written inspection notice. I've reviewed the inspection with my client. He's decided he wants to ask for these things. I send it to the seller. The seller responds with anything different. And we get to the into the 10-day resolution period, the contract terminates,
mhm.
period. It doesn't say, oh yeah, it terminates. So unless you get 2 signatures on either on inspection notice or on an inspection response, you don't have a deal. And it terminates midnight. So same thing on that one. If your buyers don't like that, what I would do is respond, because you can have an inspection notice response, kind of an extension deal,
Mhm.
and say that, no, we want the same 4 things we want all along. We want a roof, we want these 3 other major items.
Mhm.
And then if they don't do it, if they don't agree to it, then
So there's no problem, even though, like, when we send the inspection notice, they send something else, like the date of 20 days ago, so that's okay.
how much
It's
time do you
the same.
have?
Oh, no, it's past.
Oh, well, the contract doesn't exist anymore.
Okay,
It's terminated. You're not under contract.
okay.
But could she bring it back to?
Oh, yeah, she can bring it back to life.
Yeah.
You gotta do CPR.
Well, how we do a CPR on the contract?
Mouth to mouth. What you do is, you put together an amendment and say all parties agree
Okay.
that the contract, will continue,
Mhm.
and that the sellers agree to all inspection items from the initial, inspection notice.
Mhm.
And then you sign it, your buyer sign it, and you send it to the sellers. If they sign it, you attach that original inspection notice. If they agree to it, you're good to go to closing, they're gonna put on a new roof. But it's dead right now, it doesn't exist, your contract's over with.
Okay.
You need to be working on something else.
Okay.
Now, you can bring it back to life. An amendment can do that. Now, you might get an argument from not MREC, but from the Missouri Realtor attorneys.
Okay.
But from a real live attorney that does real estate, he wouldn't argue with it at all. He said that, you have an agreement, all the parties are in agreement and of the same mind.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But I would start resuscitating. Property data, this is crazy because when it first came out and I read this thing, I thought, what? And people started calling it the buyer remorse paragraph. Because if you put 5 days in there, which is what goes in there, if you don't put 0, you could terminate a contract basically for any reason. You don't have to have any reason. It's got these things in it. You can look at the subdivision documents or the registered sex offenders or what a square footage or the whatever. You can look at anything you want to, but in reality, all you've got to do is send an email to the other agent and say, my contract has reviewed the data under the paragraph B, 7B, and is terminating the contract. You don't have to give them a reason. That doesn't seem right to me. We had one in, not we, but one of our agents had one in, not Eagles Cave. Anyhow, down Plainview, $600,000, $500,000 house. The mother-in-law comes over the next day with the daughter to see the house with the realtor, and the mother-in-law says, oh, rooms are chopped up and the paint's awful. Why did you buy this? Where's the daughter-in-law? Is like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble now with the mom, mother, whatever she is, mother-in-law. And now I'm gonna be in trouble with my husband, all that. Terminated the contract, fine, cash deal, terminate, gone. All she did was send an email.
But did she lose her earnest money then?
No, not according to this. Now, the earnest money deal, we're gonna get to that in a minute, but the point is that this gives you a way out as a buyer. If you put 5 days in there on day 5 before midnight, you can send an email to the other agent and say, we're terminating the contract, and it's done, it's over with. So when you send me an offer and it's got 5 days in there, I'm countering. That might be the only thing in the contract I counter, but I'm gonna counter and say, you need to look at this before you write the offer. You need to do all this research. Now, I get it on sex offenders, I have kids and, that's different. If somebody came to me and said, look, there's a sex offender living next door. We had no idea. We didn't have time to do the research. I'd be like, we're good. Don't worry about it. And then I go to my sellers and say, do you know there's a sex offender living next door? They said, no, my God. Well, this is going to affect your ability to sell the house. Now, are we supposed to disclose that? No, we're not. Will we? I will, because I want to go to bed at night, put my head on the pillow and go to sleep. So, not supposed to. Anyhow, so I typically don't like any days in there. So I would typically counter that. Now, you're a buyer's agent. Who are you protecting? Buyer. Yeah, but how many contracts you want to write where they put 5 in there and they go, terminate. I mean, they could, couldn't they? They could do it every time. And what reason do they have to have? None. You really don't have to have one. It's just because you just send the email. There's a notice form you can use, but you can send an email as long as it's in writing. It says, my buyer has reviewed the data regarding this property per paragraph 7B and is terminating the contract. I've never done that. I've never had a client do it. I'd kill them. I'm just kidding up there. On inspection reports, the buyer may, at buyer's option and expense, obtain a written inspection report or do it themselves. And it gives you a list of what they can look at. Hell, they can look at anything. They can inspect anything. And I've told the story before. You've been in the contract class. I had one that wanted to see if there were evil spirits in the house. I swear to God. Anyhow, I said, oh, okay. How do you do that? Well, we get a whatever, seance or I don't know what they're called. Anyhow, downtown Springfield, we go down there. We saw her sit in a room and she smokes her stuff and waves around in her big moo-moo. And what's the verdict? We got evil spirits. I said, gee. And my buyer's standing there. I said, well, how do we get rid of them? Well, we can do a seance. We can pray. I said, grab hands. Let's do it now. No, they want to do that. Anyhow, she didn't buy the house. I'd be so mad. I mean, I've had ghosts in the house before. It's not a big deal.
I actually had a house that they said, is it haunted? Because it was a mortuary.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, and they said, cool, so they paid more for it just because of it.
Well, if we had more hours, I would tell you about my story about my ghost down in Aurora, but no reason to do that. We got time. But anyhow, so they're going to get an inspection. And again, don't be surprised, especially if they're from the coast, either coast. They come up with some really different stuff. And almost anybody that's transferring with a company, hospitals, Reckitt Benckiser, the mustard people, Kraft, if they're coming in, they're gonna want radon and everything else. And so just be ready for it. And radon, look, the government says it's real. And so it's real. That's all you need to know. Inspection notice, look, I never put less than 15 days in one, unless it's a cash purchase and we're not doing any inspections at all other than our contractor. So write 15 there because you really have 20, see? Because you can ask for 5 more days. It says for a specialist report. I never tell them if I'm getting a specialist report. I just say, per the contract, I need an additional 5 days to complete the inspections. I don't tell them what it's for. It might just be my buyers, you know, haven't responded properly, or I don't have any idea of exactly what they're gonna do yet, and I need that time. So you just ask for that. Now, it has to be in writing. It can be a text or an email that says, well, I need more time. Okay? It says specialist report, just ignore that. Just say that I need more time. And you need this, think about it. You go out of the country and they got a septic and a well. You're not only inspecting the house, now you're inspecting the septic. How do you get the septic inspected? For this contract, the buyer has to do it. The buyer doesn't know where the septic is, so he's got to get a backhoe and a plumber out there to find it. It costs a ton of money. You know, you could ask the seller to do it because they probably know where it's at. But you're going to have to do that, and that takes time. And then the well test, either you take it or the inspector takes it, or you got to get a well company to come out and do it. They charge a lot of money. I usually do it myself. Because all it is a little thing in a sealed packet. You fill it up to here, screw the lid on it, and take it to the deal. And then learn how to shock a well. Everybody know how to shock a well? Hi there. You guys got a class in here?
No, I was showing her around. I didn't realize there was a class going on right now.
Well, listen.
She's shadowing me from high school, so go easy.
Okay, I'll leave her alone. I was gonna say, you need to come here because we've got education.
Yeah.
It's like a real classroom. My name's Dr. Boland. Yes, kid. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, have Stacy call me sometime.
Okay, we'll be, yeah. So yeah, we do all.
All right, so, on the inspection notice, 20 days, and again, think about septics and think about wells, because those things take time. That should be enough on that. Now, you only get to submit one inspection notice, right? So you submit one. So you can't wait for the roof report and the septic report and the well report. You got to get them all at one batch and then write up everything that you want in that one shot. You get one shot. Remember Eminem? Yeah, okay. That's what you got, is that one shot at it. And so you want to sit down with your buyer. Once the inspection report comes in, I want it sent to me. You do too as a buyer's agent, and your buyer gets a copy. And then you know what I do? I print it off, all 40 to 60 pages in color, and I go, I look at it 3 or 4 times, and I get a mental idea of what I think is necessary. Because like caulking the tub, no. But they got water leaks? Yeah. Air conditioner's not working? Yeah. Air conditioner's ugly? No. You know what I mean? So we go through it, and then what I do is I'll have a conversation with my client. I'll say, let's sit down together and go through this. Well, maybe they're in Tulsa. And I say, okay, let's just talk about it then. What I will do is I'll go through this and I'm gonna write up what I think you should do, the suggestions, and I'll send it to you by email. And then you add or subtract anything you don't want. Let's talk about it. So I do that. Now, I've been in it a long time though, right? So I generally know what needs to be done and what really doesn't matter. Like if they caulk the tub, I'll run over and do it. It's $1.50 for caulk, you know, and I get a wet towel, all that. But there's some things you don't want to beat a seller to death on stupid stuff, little bitty stuff. But anyhow, you write it up. And so what should it say? It should say seller to replace or repair X, like if it's the HVAC unit. Seller to replace or repair window that is fogged in the front room. And then you can add to that per page 27, paragraph 1.9. And then they've got a reference. And then when I get that report, the buyer's got the report, you've got the report, I forward it immediately to the other agent. The whole thing. The contract says you just got to do this page and that page if you ask for something. How about that? I mean, send the whole thing to them. Let them look, see what you're looking at. Here's 60 pages, buddy. We're only asking for 10 items. You know, I want them to know that this is a big deal here. You got a lot of other stuff that cosmetic and things that we can be working on, but we're not going to. So send them the report. You got the report. Your buyer's got the report. Now, as a buyer's agent, you prepare an inspection notice. And you send that inspection notice, once it's signed by your buyer, to the listing agent. If it's not done by the end of 15 days or 20, if you've asked for more, then you might be responsible for it. The new roof. That would be bad, wouldn't it? And we've had agents, good agents, Grady, Holt, both of them have had to eat this stuff. Rhett Smiley. These are all good agents that are seasoned. They know what they're doing, who have gone past this deadline and then didn't send over the inspection notice in a timely manner. You've got till midnight on the 15th day if you don't use the 5 days extras, but it's gotta be sent. It's gotta leave your email and get to them. If you ever do that, don't tell me because I'd be really embarrassed for you. Okay? I would be, because you don't want to eat that. All right, so the seller gets it, and just like in her case, the seller looks at it and goes, I'm not putting a new roof on there unless I can get it paid for by the insurance. So they counter the 10 items, and one of them is seller agrees to replace the roof if the insurance will pay for it. And your buyer knows per his roofer or inspection that he doesn't want that. So they send over the inspection notice, the seller looks at it and goes, no, here's my response. Sends it back to the buyer's agent buyer. And the buyer goes, you know, unless it gets a new roof, I mean, you said this roofer was good and the roofer said it needs to be replaced. There's no doubt about it. I'm not buying the house. You communicate that with the other agent. And if it gets to the end of the 10-day resolution period, which is further down here, oops, there it is. It's on the top of the next page. We're gonna go back in a minute. But yeah, it's called the resolution period. But if it gets to the end of the 10-day resolution period, it terminates automatically. And what's funny about it is, I'll show you in a minute, it's not even in bold in the contract. It should be this tall and underlined. If we don't have a written agreement with signatures from both parties on it, then we don't move forward. Going back to line 170, on that page we're on, inspection notice constitutes a waiver and acceptance to the buyer of all conditions. If an inspection notice is timely given, it shall state if one, buyer is satisfied with all inspections, never happens. Two, there are unacceptable conditions to be satisfied by the seller. Notice what it says. It doesn't say by a professional or a master electrician. It says in a workmanlike manner and prior to scheduled closing date, unless otherwise specified. Or three, buyer terminates the contract. So I got past the data period and now I can do my inspection. And my buyer looks at the inspection and says, man, this is rough. I'm not buying it. Can they do it legally? Yeah. If you don't check 177. See that line right there? It says, hey, I'm limiting my inspection rights. So the buyer waives its right to unilaterally terminate the contract. Buyer must give seller an opportunity to correct prior to the scheduled closing date unacceptable conditions noted. Okay? Now I want you to think about this. What does the buyer want to do if he's a buyer? He wants to buy, right? This is easy. What does the seller want to do if he's a seller? Sell. So we got a buyer and a seller that want to buy and sell. Why allow one of them to terminate the contract just because there's things wrong with the house? So if you send me that and that box is not checked, I'm countering. I'm saying, no, my seller really wants to sell. You send me an inspection notice, we'll fix it. I always tell my clients, my seller clients, goes, man, that's a lot of stuff. I said, you want to sell? He goes, yeah, fix it. You know, it's the best way to do it, right? If you have professional roofers say you need a new roof, by God, you're going to have to disclose it anyway. If your septic is not functioning, It's not gonna be functioning when the buyer leaves. You got termites, they're still gonna be there if the buyer terminates the contract. What should you do, Mr. Seller? Fix it. But that's just me. Now, you can handle it any way you want to. But I don't accept contracts unless 177 is checked. Because I want my seller to have the opportunity to fix whatever it is. And then if it's something stupid, like we get a roofer that really needs a job and he says it needs a new roof, and then I get 2 other professionals to look at it and they go, this roof's fine. You know, it needs some minor repairs. Here's my bid, 200. Another one's 400. You know, I'm not gonna replace the roof and I don't care if the buyer walks, you know, we'll just go ahead and fix it, move on down the road. Don't be bullied. All right, here's a resolution period, and it says in there on line 188, talks about the inspection notice from the buyer and does not make a counter proposal, then this contract shall automatically terminate unless buyer delivers a capitulation notice, blah, blah, blah. Well, capitulation notice just says, okay, Mr. Seller, I'll accept it in as-is condition and I'm moving on to closing. Not a good idea. Now, when the market was stupid, people did this. I probably wouldn't do it. I would encourage my client to. If there's major material things that need to be fixed, then I want them to fix it. Or could do a monetary adjustment, right? What's the roof cost, the bid?
Almost 15.
15. Yeah, I mean, you could do a monetary adjustment. I mean, on my house, my roof is, I got 2 bids last year. One's 24, the other was 28,000. I mean, if somebody wanted to buy it right now and said, if you put a new roof on, I will, and say, I'll split the cost with you, I'd be happy to split the cost. I'd love to pay 14. I keep praying for help. And they're gonna depreciate it, right? I don't care. Anything other than 28,000 is good with me. All right, we're gonna fly now. I just want you to know that because you're getting tired. Everybody clear on inspection zone? It's really important. This is one of your main jobs, in communicating with your buyer and communicating with the other agent. Because you don't want the contract to fall apart because of that. And if it does fall apart, a lot of times, then that's when the earnest money issue comes up. We don't have municipal or government inspections, say yay. So if you're in the city, you might have 4 different departments come out from the city. I'm talking about St. Louis. 4 different groups come out and inspect a house after it goes under contract, before you could ever close. I know. Lebanon has an inspection on every closing, costs them $50. Lebanon does. Monette, did you hear about that one, where they were gonna have them, replace all the, how long you been here?
I've been here for 2.5 months.
Oh, okay, you don't know about that. They proposed this deal where every house had to have a new electric meter installed at closing.
The entire city of Monette, or town, rather?
I think they got past it somehow. I'm not sure how, but I thought, every house?
That's crazy.
So if they put on a new electric meter, then they'll probably go in there and make you replace the panel too, right? I mean, you're talking $5,000 or $6,000. Anyhow, I don't know what they did with that, but we don't have government inspections, so we don't care. The less government, the better. Home warranty. Now, you notice here, buyer acknowledged seller is not providing a home warranty. Can the buyer buy one for themselves? Sure. Or maybe the agent and the seller have already agreed to put a home warranty on there and there's a checkbox for that. Or you could ask for one. Not a bad idea if you've got an older HVAC, water heater and system. Ask for it, you know? Why not? This is a new world. We're back in real estate again. So you just say, seller to provide a home warranty on number 2 at a cost not to exceed, and you talk to one of the home warranty companies. I think the favorite, everybody's favorite now is CHOSA or something, ACHOSA. And how much is it? And put that in there. If they agree to it, make sure it gets taken out at closing and that the warranty is actually put in place. Now, here's that earnest money deal. This is why brokers don't like earnest money, all right? Here's what happens. We get the earnest money, the title company does, and it goes into an escrow account at the title company. Keller Williams doesn't have an escrow account. I think Marnie might have one. I'm not sure if they do or not. We had one at Carroll Jones when I was there. It was bad. It was awful. So anyhow, it goes into the escrow account and it's there. Until it closes, that money's in that escrow account. If it doesn't close and people start fighting about it, the title company won't release that money without the signatures of both parties. If they do, they could get in big trouble. So they don't do it. They just leave it sit there. Guess how long? 365 days. And somewhere in that time period, then they got to send it to the state treasurer's office. Guess where it goes there? Unclaimed funds. Guess how you get it out? The buyer and the seller send a notarized letter signed by both parties saying, we've reached an agreement. Guess where it goes in? Back to the escrow. Guess how you get it out of escrow? Mutual release of earnest money. Same thing you needed in the first place. So I love it because now a seller will call me and say, your agent won't release my earnest money, or your brokerage, or you won't, or whatever. And I go, hey, we don't have anything to do with it. Title company. Title company's got it. But you get that? So that's why earnest money's a hassle. But you just think about it. I wrote a contract on your house, went under contract, we're under contract for 20 days. Couldn't work it out. Maybe 30. 20 days for the inspection period. And then an additional 10 days to come to a resolution. Couldn't come, so you're off the market for 30 days. And I terminate I don't terminate it, it terminates on its own because of the language of the contract. You're mad, aren't you? You're like, you know, I was moving to see my mom and I can't move. I'm gonna lose the house that I dreamed about not on the West Coast or East Coast, somewhere else. I'm not giving up the earnest money. That earnest money goes to me. And we hate to see it all the time. And I'm like, you know, I'll tell you, it's not anything to do with me because I can't make the sellers sign the release of the earnest money to the buyer, and I can't make the buyer sign it, releasing it to the seller. And sometimes the seller actually deserves it. You know, the seller's made repairs, been off the market for 30 days and all of that. The seller might deserve that as damages. Can't do anything about it. It's up to the buyer and the seller. Can I counsel them? Yes. And maybe you'll counsel them and say, you know, come on, stupid, give up the money. Or something to that effect. But it doesn't always happen. And we have these big battles about it. And we battle over 500. Now 5,000, I can see that. 10,000, yeah. But 500, it's not worth it, you know? So here's what I say. All right, you want your earnest money back, right? Or you want to keep my earnest money? And I say, no, I want my earnest money. And your client agent goes, no, she wants the earnest money. I say, how about this? We split it. And she goes, I don't think that's fair, but if that's the best we can do. And we split it. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's just negotiations, right? We want to move on. And that's a mutual release of all liability for both parties. That's a good deal, including the brokers.
But post-closing, it's up to the agents to be communicating with the agents on behalf of the borrowers or because the borrowers aren't communicating with each other or the buyer seller, correct?
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing about that is, see, once a contract fails to close or closes, the agent has no fiduciary responsibility to those clients anymore. It ends at closing. Now, what do we do as agents? We help them. You know, it's like, we're not supposed to. We don't have any responsibility, but we do. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, legally, you don't have a leg to stand on helping them. You really shouldn't even be communicating for them. What are you, their legal representative? But we do, and it's okay. All right, so disposition of earnest money, here's what happens. It goes into an escrow account. If you close, it gets applied to the purchase price. If you don't close, it stays there until you send over a mutual release of earnest money signed by both parties. Or you can file a suit to the title company, which is called a interpleader agreement. And that means it goes to the court in front of one judge, and you stand there with the buyer and the seller, and they argue about whose money it is, and the judge makes a decision. It still costs $1,000 to do that. So if you got $1,000 in earnest money and you lose 1,000, then it costs you 2,000. If you win, then the other person has to pay your fees, but sometimes, you know, life's just too short. All right. Paragraph 9, we have tornadoes in Missouri. We don't have very many earthquakes, even though we're sitting pretty close to a fault, but we could have, but we do have fires. So if a house gets destroyed, the buyer can choose to have it repaired or restored back to where it was when they wrote the offer, or they can terminate the contract without penalty. Right? Yeah. Just leave it at that, right? That'd be good enough. Hopefully we won't have any of those things. We had one and we had some in Battlefield, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. And there were houses we had under contract that got damaged or destroyed. And so this came into play. Right, closing costs. You know, how long you been out of real estate school?
I just got my license about a month ago, but I've been out.
There you go.
like, For like 5 months.
Yeah, I signed with Keller March 4th, so a month.
So get this, you remember all that math stuff you did on the test? You don't ever have to do it again. That's not your job. That's the lender and the title company do that. The lender, I'm gonna go down there in a minute. The last person in line that gets to decide how much concessions or money goes to the buyer or wherever is the lender. And all that stuff, calculating the interest and the days, that's gone. You don't have to do it again. Throw away that HP 10B that you had to buy for the class. Did you have to buy that?
Yeah, it was part of it.
When I went to Lifetime Learning, they made me buy one. I got out of there in the first week, I'm trying to write an offer with somebody, I'm trying to do all this, I forgot every one of the calculations. I said, this ain't gonna be good, and luckily, a realtor who had been in the business says, what are you doing? Well, I'm trying to figure out the, future, mortgage payment, interest, if they sell their house, the daily, whatever. He goes, that's not your job. So put the calculator in the drawer, kept it in the drawer for probably 20 years. I don't know where it's at now. I might still have it. I'll have to look. HP 10B.
Yep.
Hewlett Packard 10B. That's the one you had to have.
I had an instructor say, you gotta know this to get through the test, but after that, throw it away.
The only thing you remember ever, you know what you remember? Riparian rights. You know what that is? If you own something on a river, it goes to the middle, and if it can change though. That's the only thing I remember too. Somebody the other day says, are they joint tenants or tenants in common? I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I know what it means, but you know what I'm saying though? It's like, those are the kind of things they teach you, and that's the title company's job. The deed says what they are. Anyhow, so if you look at all this, it says the buyer's gotta pay all this and the seller's gotta pay all that, then they can't pay this or whatever. And then it comes down to the very bottom on line 284, all is approved by buyer's lender. So who's the last person gets to say what money goes where? The lender. Now, it does say up here somewhere though, about, let me show you that. Oh, line 267, we talked about that propane thing. Look at letter H. The value of any heating oil or propane gas left in the tank at the property based on supplier current charges. And typically what happens on that is it doesn't get paid in the loan. The buyer brings a check for that most of the time. I guess they can put it in the loan.
We could,
Yeah,
yeah,
so $400 for 30 years, what would that cost you?
I can tell you, not, not much, but yeah.
Get your HP 10. Get on now. All right, but do you get it though? All that stuff, all that work you did doesn't mean anything. Your job is to fill in the blanks on this contract, sell houses. The lender and the title company will do all this other stuff that they told you needed to know, and that was probably 10 or 15% of the test, which is so stupid. Anyhow, you don't do it. Lender does it, title company does it. Now, if you write 5,000, well, 5,000 in concessions on that line that your buyer needs, the lender will look at that number and take every penny of it that they can legally per the loan. And they'll apply it to the origination fees or whatever they have to apply it to, escrows, whatever they can apply it to, they will. You don't have to think about it ever again. It's a good deal for you. It's a binding contract. Wow. I mean, it's a contract, right? 2 signatures, we're agreeing on. It's assignable. So you and I, we sit together in a cubicle, I'm buying a house, they transfer me, we're at Jack Henry. They transfer me to North Dakota, they just bought a new company. I go, dang, I got a house under contract. The contract doesn't care where you move, because you're still under contract. And you go, where's it at? Well, it's in Marlboro Manor. How much is it? $350. I mean, I've already had inspections, all the repairs are done, it's ready to go. I'll buy it. So all I do is write an amendment that says all parties agree that the buyer is now and then we all sign it, that's it, one single document. They just, whoever the new buyer is, has to stay within the terms and conditions of the contract. They could improve those, get a better loan or pay cash or whatever, but they've got to stay within those terms. Easy.
Have you ever had that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, I lived in Branson. I mean, the Hershin family couldn't buy anything because their names were Hershin. And so they always bought the straw buyer. And then right before closing, it would be assigned. And then one time, the guy that owned the radio station, what's his name right now? Myers, Ken Myers.
I work for
He wanted to buy a vineyard down in Mount Vernon. They wouldn't sell it to him. They didn't like him.
That's
Anyhow.
understandable.
I bought it for him. I wrote the offer, did everything. Right before closing, we signed the contract,
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, say they got to the closing table and they found out that it's him.
they couldn't do anything about it.
Well, they would find out.
As long as the terms, it's assignable, as long as the terms and conditions are the same. It can't be unjustly opposed. You have to, as long as it's legal. But straw buyers do it all the time. Hey, think about the O'Reillys. You know what I mean?
Johnny Morse does it too.
Walton family. I mean, anybody that's got money, I mean, there's a lot of people that have money. I don't know all of them. But there's a lot of people that have money that if they are the buyers, the price automatically freezes or goes up. Where if you and I bought it, since we're just commoners, I guess me and you are commoners, we can negotiate a little bit. If Jim Bolin bought something, we'd like to see, your bank statement. I want to see if you've been paying your bills, all that stuff. The 1031 exchange is typically on commercial property or investment property. So I buy a duplex in Mount Vernon and I fix it up and get it all nice and neat and clean. I pay $100 for it, and then I want to sell it, and I sell it for $200, and I want to buy a duplex in Springfield that's $300. But I want to do an exchange. I want to take my funds that I get from this closing and buy something that's a little more money, and apply that. And by doing that, I avoid all the capital gains taxes, because in the example I used, a very simple example, paid $100 and it's $200 that I'm selling it for. So it looks like I'm making $100,000. Well, that's 21% as a capital gains tax. So they'd take 21,000 of that. Wow, I don't like that very much. So I'm just going to exchange it into another property that I can make money on too, hopefully. That's simple though, because it's in the contract now. The only thing you have to write, don't write this down. I'll tell you, if you're ever doing a 1031 exchange, just call me. All parties agree and understand that the buyer or the seller is participating in 1031 exchange at no cost to the buyer or the seller, no cost to whoever it's affecting. It's a simple deal. And then you take it to a title company that does 1031 exchanges. Hogan, Meridian, Preferred, all those guys do it. They've got somebody specializes in it. All right. Every document you sign, we're just going through the sales contract right now, but every document that's signed becomes a part of the contract. So if you did the CRS tax document, or you do the MLS detail, or the disclosures, that's a part of the contract. And it's part of the contract because if you ever get sued, they want every document associated with the transaction. Don't default, paragraph 13. If you default, there's 3 bad things that can happen. 1, specific performance, which means whatever it said in the contract can be enforced by law. So it doesn't matter whether it's the buyer or the seller. If the buyer defaults, the seller can sue them for specific performance and make them buy the house if they could legally do it. 2, pay damages, okay? And those damages can be whatever you want them to be, but typically you guys got a class?
Granny has it at 3, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to hurry. I got 4 minutes. Come on.
No, I'll wait, it's okay.
Okay. So any damages, so typically those are repairs, but I've been off the market for 45 days. I think that's gonna cost me money. I want those as damages too. I had to go to Eustasis because I was having heart palpitations and all stressed out. You know what Eustasis is? It's like a counseling deal, national, mental stuff. So that cost me $4 or $5. I want all that as damages, okay? And then the third part on either one, no matter who defaults, any remedy under the law. That's a bad one. I mean, then they can sue for whatever they want. That's really bad. All right, on 15, if you're the listing agent, always turn in a seller's disclosure statement. Even if the seller makes no disclosures, turn it in and put it on the MLS, because if not, look at B. They can request one, and if they don't like it within 3 days, they can terminate the contract. Boy, would you like to explain that one to your seller? As a buyer's agent, always pull the disclosures if your client's interested in a property. I look at it, everyone I'm showing them. I at least go through them, but if they want it, like if I'm showing 2, I might print all the disclosures and bring them with me and just give them to my client and say, here they are. You know, read them and understand them. Look, the roof is 5 years old and the furnace is this. But it's important that they do this because they're asking you, the seller had a chance to read this. And then there's no seller's disclosure statement. State of Missouri, disclosures are not actually required, not by law. Lead-based paint is required by laws. You've always got to have one of those if it's built prior to 78. When you walk through a house, you got to have the utilities on. If you go there and they don't have the utilities on, then you automatically do it. Hello? We got a problem. Gotta have the utilities on.
And turn them on when when the appraiser's going out. We have that happen sometimes too.
They need to be on for all inspections, appraisals, and especially walkthrough before you close. You don't want anybody shut them off before that. Signatures, we can sign it wet, we can sign it by fax, we can sign it electronically. Doesn't matter. And she can sign electronically and I can sign it wet. And it's still the same document. Seller and buyer, it can refer to 15 people. So we're seeing that a lot now where the boomers are dying and they've got 4 kids and all the kids have spouses. Now there's 8 people that have to sign. So, but there might be 8 sellers, but it's just referred to in the contract as seller, or 8 buyers, and it's just referred to as 1 buyer. Anything you do, no handshakes, hugs, or kisses, even if it's Jim Bowling. You make sure you get it in writing, and it's not valid until it's sent. So if you've got a counter or an inspection notice or something like that, you need to send it. Don't wait, don't go to church, don't go to dinner, you know, don't go out in the backyard and play. Worst case scenario, shoot a picture, send it to them, but get it to the other agent. Because if you don't, if you're in a counter situation, we've had agents that have lost contracts because the other agent receives a contract before you sent the counter. You just, you got busy, I got it signed, here my client signed it, but I didn't send it. Anyhow, it's all on you. So send it and make sure everything's in writing always. We talked about the riders. On this one, we have a sight unseen rider, and then he should have also on here contingency. And he doesn't have it. Look at that. He should have contingency for the closing of the buyer's property on 377, and he didn't do it. That's okay. I'll show you why in a second. This contract's horrible for new construction. If you want to write a contract on new construction, use it to establish the price, but nothing else. Then you get with the builder and the builder's agent, if you're the buyer's agent, and you make a checklist of everything that the builder's supposed to do, and everybody signs it and agrees to it. But this contract doesn't do it. You just want to get the price here is what you want to get. Special agreements, you can write anything in there. This offer or contract is contingent upon the buyer signing a contract with Springfield Public Schools prior to August 15th. Anything else? Get married. If you have a personal interest in the property, you're trying to buy a property yourself, you've got to disclose that. And then if it's your niece, nephew, brother, sister, mother, one of those people that's real close to you, you gotta disclose that too. The MREC wants to know because they think it's an unfair advantage for those people, which it's not, I mean, you're gonna treat your mom a little bit better, but not necessarily. You're going to try to accomplish the same things. Broker compensation, right now, sellers are paying it. We hope that continues. But if you have a buyer's fee that you charge, you've got to mark both boxes. Right now, it says on the MLS, now that's going away, they say at some point, you may have to call the other brokerage and say, hey, I'm gonna show 2528 Riverside Drive, what's the compensation on that? And they tell you, and then, it's 1. It's 6, yay, you know, whatever it might be. Right now, it's on the MLS, it's always been a rule, but that's one of the deals that the NAR is trying to get rid of.
It's gonna
or
be-
not.
Sorry to interrupt. It's gonna be on their websites, correct? Like Keller can have it on their websites or,
Yeah, we can have it on our, we think,
okay,
you know, part of this is, and we've talked with other brokers about, you know, we may have, KellerWilliamsCompensationFees.com.
okay.
And then you type in the address, and it says what the fee is. Murney Associates Composition or CompensationFee.com or CooperatingFee.com. We may have that. All of us may have it because it can't go anywhere. It can't go to Zillow, can't go anywhere now. Or when it happens, it hasn't happened yet. You notice in this one, he is a buyer's limited agent and designated agent for his clients. On the other side, my wife signs everything. I don't make any money. She should have checked the boxes, seller's limited agent and designated agent, but she didn't. But make sure you do that. And then we are a franchise. The franchise and brokers role. One of the things you'll notice is that we don't have any liability. Brokers don't. That means you too. Unless you hire the person. You're the person that hires the inspector and you're the person that hires the roofer or the engineer. In other words, you hire them and pay them. Now you're responsible for them. Okay? We don't do that. Unless you want to be responsible. On 27, all the sales information goes to the MLS right now. Why? We're trying to create a market. We're trying to understand what the market is. So when you do a CMA, that household and that household, and this house is in the middle. Okay, this house should be worth this. That's why you send the information to the MLS. PERPTA and anti-terrorism, it's kind of like your real estate school. We don't do that. That's the title company and the lender's job. Typically, the title company is going to see if they're terrorists or illegal immigrants or whatever they might be. I suggest that you always put an expiration date on your offers unless it's a foreclosure because you'll never get an answer then. But if the people have to leave the house, and I'm showing it at 9 o'clock in the morning, they get in their car and drive away, and I know they're coming back. I might have it expire that night, you know, like 8 p.m. Because they got a sign in the yard saying they want to sell. And a lot of times the other agent, like me, will respond and go, hey man, you know, can't you keep them at least till tomorrow? And maybe not, but I would put an expiration date. I would try to keep it no longer than 24 hours for sure. And then you see here the buyer signed, he's on the left, and we didn't accept it, we countered it. And that LS is Linda Shaw, 32324, and then you can see here they got a sight unseen rider. And we went through all 8 pages in 2 hours and 6 minutes.